Right, and we're back. I hope you're having a great evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Let's get back into 14. It's been a while since I've streamed 14. Obviously, we've still been raiding. We've still been doing some tea. Due to a couple of factors, and I think I talked about that a couple of times on stream as well. We just weren't able to do our tea proc as well as we had hoped. There were a bunch of issues with people. People have been sick, stuff like that, or had to do important stuff, which, obviously that happens, not a big deal, but it did mean that RT reproc didn't really go as planned. Now, that's not a big deal. I don't know if we can still really do it before the new Ultimate releases, but even if we don't, I mean, it's really not that big of a deal. Especially, hopefully, since most of the team's going to stay together, we'll potentially can still attempt it after the new Ultimate releases. I really hope that that's not really going to be a problem. But that being said, obviously the new patch will release on Tuesday. There's going to be, as far as I understand it, a 24-hour maintenance, which is interesting because I feel like at a certain point during Shadowbringers, they actually told us that they were never, ever going to do or going to need 24-hour maintenances ever again because they updated their schedule or something, or the way that they do updates. I think it's because they're doing a lot of stuff remotely these days that they went back to having 24-hour updates. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's because of the huge and unplanned increase in players. Must have been something like that, because otherwise it doesn't really make that much sense that they would need that much time, especially for a patch. But I don't know. Maybe it's also because of the housing wards. Maybe there's some server space that needs to be expanded or whatever. Absolutely no idea. Also, I don't really care, right? As I said, I'm going to be playing Elden Ring tomorrow, so what do I care if there's like a 24-hour maintenance? That's not a big deal at all. But one thing that I wanted to do, so obviously later today we're also going to be jumping back into tea. I just wanted to stream it again. I know it's a bit weird and awkward since I can't talk that much. Obviously, I'm not just going to talk over everybody else. That's weird. And I guess I could talk a little bit during our prog, but whatever. It's not a big deal at all. I'm just going to stream RT prog again. Hopefully, it's not going to be that much of an issue. As I said, I'm not going to be able to stream the Discord audio, but oh well, it is what it is. Up until then, we're going to take a look at the patch notes, though. Obviously, I can't show them really on stream, because there's no real way to do that. I think there might be on the PS5. I'm honestly not too sure about that. If I just... Can I sort of just open up a browser window? I don't think that works, to be honest. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. It really doesn't. I'm just going to read through them. And I mainly want to discuss and talk about them anyways. I don't need to show them on stream. So, as I said, mainly going to be a talk show at this point. And then we'll be jumping into tea later on. Also, I kind of want to make a list. So I had planned to maybe do a couple of areas before the patch releases, just out of pure nostalgia, but then I realized why. Right? The reason that they're changing that stuff is so that it's not going to be as annoying as it was. I'm talking about the main scenario dungeons. The changes that they're doing to all the Realm Reborn dungeons as well. And I sort of realized I don't have that much nostalgia for it. I mean, it's probably going to come if I walk into the new stuff, right? I'm probably going to think about, this is how I experienced them, whatever the fuck. But yeah, I'm just excited for whatever they're doing with it and how they're changing it. It's not going to be a massive departure anyways, and at a certain point in time I have to play through the game again anyways. That is something that is planned for way in the future. I don't know when, but that is something that I want to do in my life, is replaying Final Fantasy XIV at some point. And obviously then, at the latest, I'm going to experience how it is. Also, if I'm doing some leveling roulette or whatever, I'm sure those dungeons will pop up sooner or later. The only thing, obviously, that I can't really do on my own, unless I specifically, I guess I could go back through the Unending Journal or something, but the new instant solo duties against, whatever the name of the level 49 trial is, and La Habrea, right? Those are going to be the two new solo duties. I'm getting ahead of myself though. So obviously, patch notes. Let's get into it. New main scenario quests have been added. Well, that's obvious. Let's see how many there are. So it's, where do they start? Still the Rising Stones. So that's definitely something, obviously, that I'm going to be doing. Probably, considering how much new stuff there is, I'm going to be jumping into the MSQ probably on Wednesday, I think. Because usually the most interesting part on patch day is usually the 24-man raid. So I definitely want to get into that story first. Experience the chaotic nature of a 24-man on release day. That's the most fun. And, once everything's been unlocked and once I'm ready for everything, then I'm going to go to the main story and do that. Okay, so we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 new main scenario quests. Wow. Looks good. I really wonder what they're going to be about. I also need to watch the patch trailer. Actually, this time around, I only watched the patch trailer once, which is rather unusual for me. Well, it's also been a departure from old, I guess, live letters and stuff that I usually watch live, but now I'm working and on that particular day in the week, so I wasn't able to do that. We also have Chronicles of a New Era quest, Myths of the Realm. So that's going to be... Is that the new 24-man? Wait, is it? It has to be, right? Myths of the Realm in Mordoma. Okay, that's going to be 4 quests. New role quest in Ratzat Han. Wow, that's also 4 quests. So a bunch of new stuff already. Then we have new chapters for New Game Plus, that's fine. And then, yeah, as I already said, certain main scenario quests for Realm Reborn have been revised. That's mainly the level 50 quests, because they've changed the dungeon. What's interesting when playing as a different character in instant quest battles, actions on the additional hotbar can now be rearranged. Obviously, I will not. I mean, those are literally, I think the most actions that they've ever had in like an instant quest battle was 7 or something. So, no real need to rearrange them, to be honest. Character portraits have been implemented for battle dialogue during instant quest battles from the 5.x series. Okay, cool. Leaves. The report area for a leaf will now be displayed in the information section of the leaf's journal entry. It wasn't before? Aren't you getting teleported back to the point where they began anyways? Okay, great. Following adjustments have been made to the journal entries for Fisher Fieldcraft leaves. Entries will now display the method of fishing required to obtain the desired catch. That sounds good. I've never really... Well, I've done some fishing leaves, I think, when I originally leveled Fisher, but... whatever. You're gonna be Googling that stuff anyway because you want to know the, like, specific hook and whatever, right? Fates. New items are available in exchange for bicolor gemstones. That's definitely a thing that I still desperately need to do. I'm still missing so much stuff from the bicolor gemstones, right? That's gonna be a thing. I'm actually gonna write that down just to be sure that I don't miss it. Okay, let's just... rewards in the Excitotron 6000 have been adjusted. I've not actually been in the new treasure dungeon once. I'm gonna do it eventually, I'm sure. Animation for the Decipher action has been changed. Okay, that's nice. Grant and free companies. New charge symbol options have been added to company crests. Oh, that's nice. New craftable items have been added to the company workshop, obviously. So we've got a new housing exterior that looks like one of those Christmas houses. What are they called anyways? Following additions and adjustments have been made to subaquatic voyages. Okay, that's the same stuff as always. Plots of land in Imperium can now be purchased. That's the Ishgardian housing district. This time around, it's not going to be a frantic chase at server when the servers come up. Which, obviously, the last time they added a new housing ward, or housing district rather, not new wards, was in 4.1 with Shirogane. That was quite something back then. Those plots were gone fast. But yeah, this time around, obviously, with the new lottery system, I think that's a big improvement. I saw a lot of people still complaining about that, but every time I see complaints about it, I actually never see any sort of constructive problem solving. Right? I've never seen anybody actually post a solution to the problem. They always only complain. And, you know, I've thought a bunch about it, and there isn't really a good solution. I mean, there are solutions to the problem. They're just solutions that I would like, other people probably wouldn't. I still think you should pay to have a house in 14. Like a frequent payment every week or something. That would honestly be pretty good. And huge gil sync as well. Alas, we don't have it. The new housing district's gonna be interesting. Yeah. I really like the aesthetic. Well, do I like the aesthetics of it? I like that it's in like a snowy area. I don't very much like the surroundings, though, because it feels like it's not properly integrated into Ishgard, unfortunately. You know, when you know how Ishgard sort of looks from the out, or rather how Ishgard looks in the cinematic trailer for Heavensward, the new housing district doesn't really make that much sense because it's almost like a plain area. But, oh well. All plots on the Oceanic Data Center are now available for purchase. Wow, well, that's going to be something. Lottery system for the purchase of land has been implemented. Yeah, housing district will now have dedicated wards for private and free company estates. Okay, so that's also interesting. I didn't really know about that before. So what? They're going to have like wards that are specifically only for FC and wards that are specifically only for private housing, apparently. To prevent the reselling of plots, players must now remain in a free company for a minimum of 30 days before they are allowed to purchase a free company plot. But that's okay, I guess. Designated price of plots will no longer be reduced over time. That's also cool. And, well, a bunch of new furnishings. Look kind of good. Not really my kind of thing. I like how many furnitures we now have, but I would also like to have more thematically fitting stuff. Like, I always feel that sometimes, you know, there's a bunch of really neat stuff, but it's very, very hard to actually put things together that are sort of done in the same style. Right? So though instead of adding completely new stuff, I wish they would add more different variants of the same thing. Right, different bookcases, different couches, different lamps, and whatnot. Although apparently they're adding like a new sauna. Um, looks pretty good. Orchestrion Worlds, obviously, there's a bunch of stuff that they added. Aquarium fish, paintings have been added, cedar flower pots have been added. And then, one interesting thing that I also saw, or that people were talking about, is new prices for MGP. I wonder how much that's going to cost. I still have a bunch of MGP, I think like 500,000 or something, but I'd expect that to cost more. And what they've added actually is the flying pots from Nia as a mount. That's pretty awesome. And well, I hope it's not too expensive. Hopefully it's not going to be like a 2 million MGP mount. But I definitely need to grind MGP again. At least now there's a reason to do that again. Also, I still haven't actually gotten all the triple triad cards from 6.0. Still missing a bunch there. Obviously, they're adding new ones. I don't know. That might be a fun thing to do for before like the next expansion or something, right? Well, there's still a bunch of stuff to do. I feel like it's not really worth it putting the time into to specifically farm the triple triad cards. Oh well. Now we finally have more hairstyles for Hrothgar. That's also pretty good. Took them some time. Yera obviously as well. And then we have the new duty support system. I don't know what they're calling it a duty support system. I know that they kind of wanted to create some sort of separation between the new trust system and that old system, because with the trusts you can theoretically also level them, although that's like a very, very niche part. I did that in Shadowbringers. Don't know if I'm going to do it again, just for a title. It's a bit uninteresting. Also, yeah, I speculated about that before, but I think they're mainly adding like unknown NPCs for this duty support system, sort of random adventurers that you can do the quests with, which I'm a little bit disappointed by. I mean, I knew that they weren't gonna rewrite all of the quests to make it possible for the Scions to join you, but it is a little bit... See, because a lot of people were always making fun, let's say, of Minfilia for never really doing anything. And, you know, actually having similar trusts to what they did in Shadowbringers and Endwalker with you from the very beginning of the game would have been awesome. So now, obviously, they would have added, or would have had to add, random NPCs and adventurers here and there, but, you know... Especially for like the later dungeons, let's say level, I don't know, 41 or something, there could have definitely be some Scions that went with you. I mean, I don't remember all the specific points in the MSQ and what kind of NPCs are with you at those specific points. That's... I don't know. I wish they would have done that a little bit differently. Although maybe they're doing that for the 2.x series and then moving forward into Heavensward. Because, well, honestly, I don't really remember the specific points when the original Realm Reborn dungeons appeared during the main story, and so I can't really say if it would have even made sense to have Scions with you at those specific points, because for the most part, I think they are actually doing something else during those parts, but whatever. I'm sure they did a cool thing. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still kind of impressive that they added... How many are there? Like 3, 6, 9, 12, apparently. 12 dungeons that are now supported by the system. So that's honestly pretty impressive. I mean, that's literally more dungeons than are in an entire expansion, right? So... making that available, especially for newer players, is absolutely awesome. Also, I guess you would also be able to do this if you're leveling like DPS on a very, very low level as well. So this might actually be a viable option to level DPS on those low levels. Would be pretty awesome. Yeah, we'll see. Looks pretty good though overall. And then following additions and adjustments have been made to the Trust System scenario mode, which allow players to progress through main scenario dungeons from patch 5.0 through 6.1 with part of NPC allies. It's now been incorporated into the duty support system. Yeah, so they're just putting that all into the same menu box. That's fine. Okay, and then we have, which is probably one of the greatest additions that they could do to the entire game, the Unending Codex has been added, giving players easy access to a compendium of vital information about in-game terminology and characters. That is so awesome, and I hope that they're expanding that, like, over the entire game with billions of pages of information, because that's absolutely awesome. I absolutely love that feature during Bostia already. The character information that you can gather in Bostia is really, really well written, and the coolest part about that, especially in Bostia, is that they were able to implement backstories and also continue stories of characters that we met before and were sort of, you know, not really that important overall, but they were still given a really, really important role in these side quests. And so that's absolutely awesome. Like the ninja job trainer, for example, plays a pretty big role in the Bostia quest line. And that's only really possible because they added those character entries to that content. And so I was always looking forward to the day that we're doing this for the entire game, and now apparently it's here. Obviously, it's going to expand over time. I think they're pretty much starting with the Endwalker stuff, with the newest information that we have about characters, and eventually they'll incorporate everything that has happened in the entire game, and obviously all the characters, hopefully from side quests as well, so it's easier to keep track of all of them. So that's going to be really, really, really cool, and I'm really looking forward to reading through all of that. The Unending Codex will be unlocked as you progress through the main scenario of patch 6.1, with new entries added as the story unfolds. So yeah, hopefully, I really, really hope that they're going to add a lot of retroactive stuff. That would be, honestly, really awesome. And not only the stuff going forward. And also, hopefully, at some point, they might even incorporate the Bostia stuff into this Unending Codex. Also, I still need to collect all the Bostia information pieces. Yeah. So still a lot to do. Following additions and adjustments have been made to Wondrous Tales. Yeah, that's the same they always do. They're adding stuff into it. Oh. Ah, that's really cool. So they actually changed something about the Chloe's Wondrous Tales. I mean, it's only a small change, but previously we had like specific battles that we needed to do, like specific raid battles. So let's say Deltascape V1. Now it's just going to say Deltascape, and you can do any of the 4 raids from Deltascape. It's, you know, it's not really a big change. Ultimately, I think it doesn't really matter. But it's nice, I guess. It's a nice change. Following additions and adjustments have been made to 4 Hollows. Available trial has changed. Yeah, now we're on to Ultima's Bane. This time around, it's been a while. It's actually been since Shiva, since I did Unreal. So that content has been heavily neglected by me. But I want to jump back into it with Ultima's Bane Unreal. And I also want to get the new mount, which looks awesome. That's the troll bear thing from Labyrinthos, which there's this quest line with the really cute little one, and you can get a big one as a mount now. So that's pretty cool. Following adjustments have been made to the sightseeing log. The visual effect for completing an entry for a vista has been changed. Oh, that is awesome. They're doing a bunch of stuff now in terms of those like menu item changes, right? That's pretty cool. Also, the categorization is a lot better. Oh, hopefully they're going to introduce that for more menus. So now instead of just having to scroll through essentially from left to right and tap through the different sightseeing logs, there on the left there's just going to be a list of the actual expansions, and you can just easily see what kind of sightseeing logs you've done and which ones you still need to complete. That's really, really cool. And then we have new emails as well, obviously. The battle system. Miscellaneous adjustments to action, trait, and status effect descriptions have been made. Okay. Following actions and adjustments have been made to job gauges. The appearance of the Dangerous Esprit gauge when filled to 50 or higher has been adjusted to be more discernible. Okay. Never knew that was a problem. Sound effect played when the Bard's soul voice gauge reaches 100 will now also play when the gauge reaches 80. Moreover, a new visual indicator has been added for when the gauge reaches 80. Okay. New dungeon has been added. Obviously, that's hidden in the patch notes. That's going to be the new main scenario dungeon for the 6.1 MSQ. Then we have a new trial, which is obviously the Minstrel's Ballad and Singer's Aria. Really looking forward to that. I hope that they're not going to make the same mistake that they did with Hades in 5.1, which was, you know, way too many cutscenes. I hope it's going to be more like the 5.3. Did I say 5. Yeah, 5.1. That was right. I hope it's going to be more like 5.3. And the Warrior of Light was probably, or is probably, my favorite trial, EX trial that they've ever done. So I hope it's going to go more into that direction. The weird part here is that I felt like Endsinger normal mode was more of a visual and storytelling feat, right? There are very little actual mechanics in the fight. I mean, obviously there are mechanics, but they're very unlike your typical mechanics. They're just mostly sort of AoEs that go off, and that's it. So I'm really wondering what they're doing with this, which is also cool. I feel like they have a bunch of room to play with here, because yeah, the normal mode doesn't actually have that many really concrete mechanics that it's doing. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff with those spinning planets and time being rewound and that kind of thing. And there's like an ad space, but that's all really basic stuff. I'm really wondering what they will do for the EX version of it. Yeah. It's really, really hard to say. And just thinking back, I have to admit though, I only did the normal mode, I think, 3 times, because it's been really rare since that it actually popped up in Trial Roulette, especially when I was mostly leveling my jobs. Obviously, it's level 90, right? So if you don't enter the roulette with a level 90 job, it's just not going to appear. So I haven't really done it that often. I mean, I know how it looks, I know what's going on during the fight, and yet I can't really picture what they're doing with... Because if you think back to 5.3 with the Warrior of Light, a lot of what he does was already present in normal mode, right, in EX. The difference in EX is that he's just combining more of the stuff together, and there's a bunch of sort of knowledge. He does it faster, and there's a bunch of knowledge checks or memory checks rather, where he shows you something and you need to remember that like a minute later. But the Endsinger doesn't really have that. And Hades as well. Hades in 5.0, the normal mode. Well, it also didn't have that much stuff. But that's why I'm a little bit concerned, right? Because the Hades EX was a weird thing. especially with all the cutscenes that they added for some reason into an extreme. So I'm really not quite sure. I feel like there's going to be like a whole new phase. Hades said that as well. The ads phase of Hades is actually really, really good. So maybe something like that. It's very, very hard to tell. Well, yeah, and then obviously there's going to be the new Unreal, which I didn't play the game back when it was still current, when it was still on level 50. I did, however, when I played through the main story in Heavenswood, I did actually do the synced through the mentor roulette. Not myself as a mentor, but I was still a sprout, and I entered it, with people that I presume were from mentor roulette as well. It wasn't really hard, but that was due to the fact that we were already in Heavensward, so people had 130 item level 130 gear. So all the damage and whatever didn't really mean that much. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of Ultima Weapon Ultimate. That fight, is just not that interesting to me, personally. And so Ultima Weapon has never been a big point of interest for me. But as an Unreal, I'm definitely more interested in it than in Leviathan, for example. So, and also, obviously, the rewards will be there. One thing that a lot of people sort of kept making fun about is players can now be revived in battle after being incapacitated by falling in the following duties. And that's all the stuff where you were permanently dead when you fell down, which was the original Titan, for example. So yeah, now you can actually be revived. And I think that's a good thing, because it's not because it makes the game easier. It's actually a bad thing in that regard, but it makes it more consistent, because it's just weird that one of those earlier things could just permanently kill you, whereas every time nowadays you can just be revived. Yeah. Huh? Okay. That's a very curious change. The following adjustments have been made to the battle against Hellsvelger and Sword High. That's a Heavensward dungeon, right? The arena platforms will no longer be destroyed. Damage inflicted by cauterize has been increased. Okay. Damage inflicted by cauterize has been increased? What a weird change. I wonder what prompted that, because you can't... Can you fall down on that? I don't think so. You have to jump from platform to platform, right? I don't know, that dungeon is so easy that I would have never thought about something having to change during that, but... I mean, there must have been some problems if they are addressing that. Never heard about anything about that weird thing. Weekly restriction on rewards in Pandemonium Asphodelos has been removed. Oh yeah, that's typical adjustments. Number of unsung blades of Asphodelos required to exchange for a Disco Tombstone has been reduced from 7 to 4, so that's the usual stuff. Gunbreaker, Dancer, Reaper, and Sage weapons are now available from coffers that appear after completing the Minstrel's Ballad Thornton's Reign. So that's an adjustment for the upcoming Ultimate, I imagine, because I think the Thornton weapons are sort of the baseline for the new Ultimate weapons, apparently. Not too sure about that, but potentially. Would make sense to then also add like a normal mode version to Thornton. Although it's not normal mode, is it? But you know what I mean. The Alliance Raid dungeon, Aglaya, has been added. That honestly looks pretty awesome, not gonna lie. The new Alliance raids with the 12, I mean, ever since they announced it back in... When actually was that? At the start of 2021, right, they did like the first announcement for Endwalker, and that's when they already also announced that the new Alliance raid is going to be about the 12. At that point, we didn't even really know that much about Endwalker, but that's one thing that they already told us pretty much from the beginning. So that's also very interesting. Yeah, I'm honestly really looking forward to be doing those new raids. And visually, they also look pretty interesting. One thing that I dislike is that they're sort of up in the clouds or in some sort of magical realm or something. I had kind of hoped that they would be in an actual place somewhere in Eorzea that would have, I felt like, grounded the whole thing more, but then again, that would have also been really, really hard to pull off, I guess. We'll see. Obviously, I don't know. Could be anywhere, really. But yeah, that's probably one thing that I'm going to be doing right when servers come up on Tuesday. Because, as I said, that's mostly going to be... That's the most fun you can have on patch day, is doing a 24-man blind with a random party. That's always a lot of fun. So I'm really looking forward to be doing that. And yeah, obviously the whole story that comes with it is going to be, hopefully going to be really interesting. The items required to enhance equipment purchased with elegant tomestones of astronomy, radiant twine, and radiant coating can be purchased from the following vendors. Yeah, that's also what they're always doing. So from the hunt and also from the new Alliance raid, you can get the upgrade items for the elegant tomestone gear. So that's nice. Definitely means that I can do the expert roulette again, and grab a bunch of gear. Not that I'm ever going to use it, but you never know. The following duties have been added to the Raid Finder: Minstrel's Ballad, Endsinger's Aria, and Ultima's Bane Unreal. And the stuff that's been moved to the Duty Finder are Zodiac's Fall and Heideland's Call, as always. Players will now receive the power of the Echo in the event all party members are incapacitated during the following trials: the Ark Inside, the Mother Crystal, and the Final Day. Okay, so that's for the normal modes, essentially, yeah. Oh, and Zodiac's Fall and Heideland's Call also already gain the Echo. Neat. That's only in case you get... only in case you lose, right? Yeah. I still need to farm the mounts from those. So I need to get on that as well, I think. The location of enemies in the following areas has been adjusted: Mordona, Thavnir, Ultima Thule. Interesting. Probably just has something to do with the stuff that they added, right? And Mordona is probably because of the new questline that starts there. Thavnir, probably with the new Beast Tribe, or whatever it's called now. Ultima Thule, I'm not entirely sure. Following adjustments have been made to Duty Roulette Expert. The new dungeon's gonna get added, so that's also cool. That means we'll have 4 dungeons in the Expert Roulette. Following duties have been added to Duty Roulette Mentor, which is obviously the new stuff. That's cool. When challenging a duty with an unrestricted party, a vote to abandon the duty may now be initiated at any time. Sure. And then we have... the new stuff added to Stone Sky Sea. Adjustments have been made to graphics collision in certain dungeons from A Realm Reborn. Yeah, that's what they showed off, right? They changed a bunch of stuff. Oh, they even have... adjustments have been made to the following dungeons and trials. Copperbell Mines. The content of the Battle with Kotos has been adjusted. So yeah, Copperbell Mines, they've changed the bosses. That's pretty cool. Certain dungeon mechanics have been adjusted. I'm really looking forward to doing that dungeon now. I wonder what they did with that. 1,000 Maws of Totorak, certain mechanics in the battle with Graphius have been adjusted. That's the last boss, right? Extensive changes to general progression through the dungeon have been implemented. Yeah, that's the mainly the part that you don't get heavy anymore, right? That's a big point that they talked about. And also, I think the passing through the dungeon, because people apparently got lost or confused while they were going through it. So that's interesting. Hulk Mana has also been changed. Now you don't need to use return anymore during that dungeon. That's great. Positioning of certain monsters has been adjusted. That's also interesting. I mean, in Mana, yeah, if you got really unlucky and like a new tank that didn't know how the monsters moved, you could get very unlucky and pull, for example, 2 of the the Screaming Maidens or whatever they're called. You could accidentally pull them, or multiple of them, when you didn't know where they were moving. So maybe that's what they changed. Brave Fox's long stop as well. The battle with Ayata, is that it's the last one, right? They've probably made a bunch of stuff there easier. Positioning of certain monsters has been adjusted as well. The map layout has been adjusted. Now I really want to know what they changed about those dungeons. Those are some significant changes. I mean, most of the stuff is just going to be a lot easier than before, I'd imagine. But, honestly, that's just kind of a good thing, because it brings it more in line with the later dungeon experience. It's actually kind of baffling that the earlier dungeons are still sort of the hardest ones, simply by the fact that you actually have to know certain things in order to either progress or to be somewhat effective in clearing them, whereas the later dungeons are just turn off your brain, just run through everything, pull everything, kill everything, and that's it, basically. Zemail Darkhold. The route through the dungeon has been adjusted. The positioning of certain treasure coffers has been changed accordingly. Okay. Also interesting. Stone Vigil. Content of the battle with Koshei has been adjusted. Koshei? I don't know what kind of dragon that is. Might be the second one. The difficulty of certain mechanics has been eased during the battle with Iskabite. No, Iskabite is the last one, right? Difficulty of certain mechanics, probably the ice stuff. Because that can deal quite a lot of damage, actually. Cape Westwind. The duty has been changed into an instanced quest battle to be undertaken solo. That's cool. Castrum Meridianum. Maximum party size has been reduced from 8 to 4. The content of the battle with the Black Eft has been adjusted. Yeah, so those are the bosses. I'm honestly really interested in seeing those kinds of dungeons. Extensive changes to general progression have been implemented. And then the Praetorium. And I know they talked about a bunch of this stuff, but I'm just going to read it. Maximum party size has been reduced from 8 to 4. Content of battle with Mark II Magic Colossus has been adjusted. Yeah, so those are the bosses, obviously. Battle with Ultima Weapon has been removed. La Habrea has been removed. Extensive changes to general progression. Ability to skip certain cutscenes has been added. So they added the skip cutscene back in. I do wonder what they've done with the cutscenes, though. I mean, some cutscenes still need to be there, right? So I wonder how that works. The battle with the Ultima Weapon has been removed from the Praetorium and has been reinstated as the new trial, the Porta Decumana. Okay. Cape Westwind and the battle with La Habrea and the Praetorium have been removed, and each has been reinstated as separate instance battles. I should be able to do them through the Unending Journey, shouldn't I? That would be really interesting to do, honestly. Yeah. Also, one thing that they talked about, which I found quite interesting, instead of adding the level 50 main scenario dungeons to another roulette, which technically would be how all the other main scenario dungeons work, right? So the level 61 at the end of Heavensward, level 71 Alamigo, and stuff like that, they're all part of the level 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. But apparently the main scenario roulette, only with those 2 level 50 dungeons, will stay around. Well, I mean, now there are 3 things that can appear, because the battle against Ultima Weapon is apparently also something that gets added to that specific roulette. I just find it really interesting that they decided to keep that. Maybe because the dungeons are still longer than most of the other ones. I mean, I'd imagine that especially the Praetorium will still possibly take 30 minutes or something. But then again, the dungeon at the end of Heavensward also takes longer than your typical dungeon, but you also get more elegant tombstones at the end as a reward. And that's just part of the normal roulette. So I honestly really wonder why they didn't do that for this, but maybe it's because of the cutscenes or something. I don't know. And yeah, according with those changes, they also decreased the amount of elegant tombstones you get. So for Castrum Meridianum, it was 200 elegant tombstones of poetics. Now it's 100, and Praetorium gets 150 instead of 200. But yeah, as I suspected, I think that's still more than most of the other stuff, most of the other dungeons. So I think the Praetorium's still gonna take about 30 minutes, possibly. But yeah. The display of target indicators for certain battle mechanics has been adjusted for the following duties. Brave Fox's Longstop hard, the Tantara Deepcroft hard, Circus Tower, and the World of Darkness. So nothing that they actually overhauled, but they still changed that stuff. That is rather interesting. Target indicators. So it feels like they're slowly also trying to retroactively put the newer target indicators into older duties. Which I guess makes sense, right? You would want the whole game to be similar in that regard. It's actually pretty cool. It's just kind of surprising that it's those specific instances. Duties listed within Duty Roulette main scenario have been changed as follows. Yeah, so now the battle against the Ultima weapon with 4 people is going to be part of the main scenario roulette. But wait, so the rewards have been adjusted, so now you actually get even more elegant tombstones of poetics for that main scenario roulette than before? I wonder if that's going to be a more sort of short-term change and maybe going to change back at some point, because that feels a bit... I mean, if they made those specific dungeons easier and shorter, then it's kind of strange to also increase the rewards that you get for them. That's honestly something that I didn't expect. Okay, another interesting card. It will take longer for the screen to darken after a party KO during the following duties. This is an experimental feature that will allow players grace period to better identify and understand the reasons behind the party KO. It may be applied to other duties or otherwise adjusted in the future. So that's really, really interesting, because I misunderstood this at first and thought that it was something about making loading more equal for everybody or something, but it's actually not. It's when you die, right, when all players die, it will take a couple seconds longer for the screen to go black. And that will allow you to identify, for example, where you died, or where other players died, or potentially see effects that are still going off that might tell you why you died. So I think that's actually pretty neat. And, well, if it's only, I don't know, like 3-4 seconds longer, that's not a big deal at all. And it's actively helping you, right? So that's honestly pretty cool that they've done that. And they also could actually implement, I think, for example, when I think back to Light Rampant, right, in E8 in Shadowbringers, it was quite hard to identify what actually happened when you died. Because there's just so many explosions going on at the same time, right? It's really, really hard to see what actually happened. And maybe they're actually going to use that in the future to implement certain, or to make effects when you're dying a bit more prominent, right? To make it easier to identify what you died on, or what kind of mechanic players failed. It's a pretty neat idea. We'll see what they do with that in the future. Obviously, apparently, for now, it's sort of an experimental feature that's only implemented in the new Savage, so in P1 to P4S. Obviously in the normal mode as well, but it doesn't really matter there. They're not going to wipe them in those anyways. And the new Extreme Trial. As a measure to prevent illicit activity, the timing of Contact Prohibition and Escape Prohibition in the Epic of Alexander Ultimate has been adjusted. I think I saw somebody talk about that, but I'm honestly not too sure what part of the fight that even is, even though we're reprogging it at the moment, but probably something to do with some weird add-on or something that allowed you to make those mechanics easier or something. I don't really know. Oh, there are changes to Bostia as well. The following adjustments have been made to the Bostian Southern Front in Zatnor. A Lost Finds cache has been added near the starting point of the Battle of Custom Lagos Litora. Oh, Lost Finds cache has been added near the starting point of the Dalriada. Experience points earned by completing Battle of Custom Lagos Litora have been increased. Okay. So I think those caches could be mainly there so that you can get loot from those things, even if nobody joins the battle. I think that's probably the intention behind that, I'd assume. But more experience points, that's always great. That's probably because, well, I haven't really done Bostia that much since Endwalker released. I was in it for like once for 2 or 3 hours to level Sage. Or was it Reaper? One of them. No, it was Reaper actually, I think. Yeah, I wasn't in there for very long, but maybe because people were mainly leveling Reaper and Sage, or leveling at all, mainly, they didn't really feel the need to actually do the battles within the content, and that's probably why they adjusted that, to make it worthwhile, even when you're leveling. And then, PvP. The following duties have been removed, so the feast doesn't exist any longer. Yeah, good. I never played that anyways. Rival Wings will be temporarily unavailable due to balance adjustments. That's going to be really interesting, because I really, really, really liked Rival Wings. The problem was, there was never any reason to play it, right? So, sadly, the only reward that existed for Rival Wings was for 100 wins, I think. And that was just kind of boring. So apparently what they're doing is rebalancing Rival Wings with the new PvP actions in mind that they overhauled now. So hopefully Rival Wings will come back in 6.2 and not only be adjusted for the new PvP action changes, but actually be adjusted in terms of rewards as well, so that more people are going to play it. That would be really awesome, because that's been my absolute favorite PvP mode, or the only PvP mode that I actually liked in 14, and yeah, I really wish that there were better rewards for it. And then obviously we get the new PvP mode. A new type of PvP match between small teams, Crystalline Conflict, has been added. They talked about that a bunch of times. Obviously, there's like a crystal in the middle of the map, and both teams need to try and stay near it so that it moves, right? And the team that gets it the furthest or into the goal wins. And we actually get 3 maps, apparently. So that's pretty awesome. And we actually get quests, apparently, to unlock it. So that's pretty cool. Actually going to be looking forward to that. I think maybe they're maybe they'll actually implement some sort of tutorial into those quests. Oh no, never mind. I misread that. Ah, for fuck's sake. Well, there is one quest, but that's probably just an unlock quest. Ah, that's a bit... Why are they listing that again? They're just listing the quests that you need in order to unlock the PvP stuff in the first place. But there is a new quest to unlock Crystalline Conflict, though it's probably just going to be the unlock, not necessarily like a quests thing, whatever. And then we have casual, custom, and ranked matches. Obviously, the interesting part, there is no role requirements, so hopefully the new PvP actions will be balanced around that. It's going to be really interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, there isn't that much that I can actually say about that. It's going to be fun, hopefully. I'm really looking forward to the rewards mainly, right? That's, for me, I mean, PvP can be fun all on its own, but yeah, I also want to have something for actually playing well, right? And that was sort of the biggest problem in the past. There was just nothing that I wanted from PvP and nothing that I could unlock. And the stuff that you... Obviously, there was some cool stuff that you could get in the Feast, but it was dependent on you actually ranking under the top 100 on your data center, I think. And that was... Well, the reason why I don't like that type of stuff is because it's really, really uncertain, right? You could be playing like a very long time during a season and still not make it to the places where you wanted to go and then ultimately end up with nothing. I don't really like a system like that. Also, the rewards previously were like a one-time thing, right? If you didn't get them, they were just gone, which I thought was really, really dumb. I don't like time stuff in video games in general, and so I never really interacted with that all too much. But apparently, hopefully, it's going to change at least a bit. Yeah, and then during the patch notes, obviously, they also explain how it works. They've done that a bunch in the live letters as well. That's yeah. I mean, it's fairly self-explanatory. And then apparently there's also some environmental effects that are different from arena to arena, which is nice. So there are sprint zones, jump glyphs, and eruptions. Those eruptions, they were actually pretty funny because during one of the live letters, Yoshi P actually apparently worked on Bomberman back in the day, and they look very similar to that. And so they were joking about that. Oh no, there's also tornadoes? Oh, for fuck's sake. And apparently medicine kits exist. Okay, now this is the interesting part. Seasons are a period of time in which players compete to earn the highest tier and crystal credit ranks possible. Announcements will be made on the lodestone, marking the beginning and ending of each season. At the end of each season, players of sufficient rank will receive season rewards. Participants' current ranks are displayed on the lodestone during a season. Yeah, I mean, at least those ranks are a lot easier to discern than the previous, I don't know, top 100 or something. So we have bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and then crystal rank. And apparently when you reach crystal rank, there's like an individual ranking system that then gets added to it. So it's your like typical ranking system that you would find in other games as well, right? And then a new reward system applicable to all PvP content series Momstones has been added. So that's what I'm really looking forward to. And the armor, by the way, that we can get with the upcoming season looks absolutely phenomenal. So that's why I think a lot of players will actually play it, right? A series Momstone system provides unique rewards to players who participate in PvP during a given series, a period of time lasting the duration of one major patch. From the release of patch 6.1, participating in PvP content will earn you Series XP, which will increase your Series level. Increasing your Series level will unlock various Series rewards. Maximum Series level is 30, though you may continue to accumulate XP on extra levels after that. Each series lasts for a predetermined period of time. After series ends, a new one will begin. Rewards will change accordingly, though rewards earned during the one series can still be claimed during the next. It's going to be interesting to see, because a lot of people were complaining about that, if maybe rewards will also come back at one point. I mean, they're doing that with the Moogle Treasure Trove events as well, right? Those rewards sort of cycle through. It takes some time for them to come back, but they eventually do, so... And then, well, obviously they've changed the Wolf's Den Pier to reflect that, right? And have, like, we have a new shop and stuff. Party finder custom match options for the Feast Crystalline Conflict has been added. Yeah. In accordance with the removal, quick chat options have been adjusted. That also makes sense. In accordance with the removal of the Feast and implementation of Crystalline Conflict, the following UI elements have been adjusted. The PvP profile also makes sense, obviously. And then the Season 1 will begin with the patch of 6.1. Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. I'm going to take a look at the rewards for PvP. Hopefully, they're actually going to be displayed properly. That was also a big problem with the rewards for the other stuff during the feast. That was never really properly displayed anywhere. What you actually got, right? I think it was only really mentioned on the lodestone somewhere, and that was it. And beyond that, nothing about the actual rewards that you got from... Yeah, I don't know. It's was a bit of a weird thing. And then also the Garo collaboration comes back. I don't know why they ever took it away, because I think it existed for like 4 years, and then they just randomly removed it in 5.1. Well, now it's back. I don't really care much for that, but yeah, sure, why not? Okay, so that's the PvP stuff. As I said, the new PvP will really depend on the kind of rewards. I mean, obviously, the new gear that you can get looks absolutely awesome, so I want to have that. That's a big reason why I would like to play PvP. But also, I really hope that they're just bringing back previous Feast rewards at one point. Yeah, they could really add a whole lot of rewards for the new PvP system, so hopefully they're actually going to do that. Obviously, we have new items. I think the stuff shown in the patch notes is the new gear that you can get from the new 24-man. Not the biggest fan of how it looks, but I think a lot of people like it. Obviously, new recipes. That's the stuff that gets added to treasure maps. Looks cute, as always. Following item names have been changed from Fortune Eggs to Chipped Fortune Eggs. I think that was some sort of reward that we got for the last Easter event or something. So people who still have that in the inventory, that's going to be changed. The classification of the following items has been changed to rare: Goblin Larva and Kidragora. Okay, whatever that means. Aren't those rewards that you can potentially get in the overhauled dungeons, like minions or something? The following items can now be equipped regardless of gender. That's a bunch of stuff. Holy shit! It's pretty cool that they're slowly removing really all the gender restrictions. Not that it really means that much to me, since I never changed my character anyway, so... An item exchange to upgrade crafted item level 508 equipment to item level 590 has been added, so that's also a thing now. I never really do that anyways. New items have been added to the inventory of the Calamity Salvages, okay. The animations of the following Disciple of the Hand actions have been adjusted. Observe. Okay. What was the problem previously with it? You will be able to check the required collectability of crafted items during trial synthesis. Finally. Finally, you don't have to check that anymore. I mean, well, it wasn't a big deal anymore, since I don't know when they changed that, honestly. But they sort of made it similar across the board. I think the only place where that wasn't a thing was for fishing. But the collectability rating, for example, for the weekly turn-ins has been, like, for the highest thing has been 600 for all items across the board for a while now. Previously, it was just some random value, but I think it's been adjusted to 600 for all of them. But it's just neat. I think, yeah, those kinds of quality of life improvements are really, really, really good. That the collectability tiers are now actually, just means that you spend less time actually looking stuff up, right? The animations of the following Disciple of the Land actions have been adjusted. Scour, Meticulous Woodsman, Meticulous Prospector, Powerful Hookset, Precision Hookset. I wonder why. Strange. The icon for the Botanist action Collector's Focus has been changed. Why? I probably should take a look at what it actually looks like currently. I don't really care, but really interesting changes, whatever. New items have been added to gathering points, new fish have been added, yeah, that's the same as we always get. The requirements for catching fish via spear fishing have been added to the fishing log. Great. The text color for custom deliveries has been adjusted. Why? Fishers will earn the greatest possible reward when submitting large-sized fish for custom deliveries. Was that not a thing before? These changes. The following adjustments have been made to glamour plates. That's a big one. That's a really, really, really big one, and will finally allow me to add some new glams to my collection. So one of the biggest problems that I had personally is, for example, I have a glam for Dark Knight, I have one for Gunbreaker, and I have one for Paladin, but I'm missing one for Warrior. So my Warrior was just running around in the Paladin gear. That was a bit annoying. And then my healers are all running around in the same glam. I definitely want to change that as well. So those glamour plates will be able, will make it possible for me to do that. 20 is still not as much as I would like. I still think, and hopefully they're working on that, I still think that they should have glamour plates that are equal to the amount of jobs that you have, right? At least. But, well, at least now we get 5 more. It's been a very long time. When did they last adjust the amount of glamour plates? Considering how long the glamour dresser has been a thing, it's kind of a shame that it took them that long to get to 20, but okay. One big change also finally is that glamour plates can now be used in sanctuaries. Thank you. Thank you. So that finally makes it possible to change outside of cities. Level cap for desynthesis has been increased from 580 to 590. Great. New mounts have been added. Well, obviously the mount from the new EX trial. Looks pretty awesome. New chocobo barding has been added. Makes sense. New minions have been added. That dog looks really cute. The following additions and adjustments have been made to fashion accessories. New fashion accessories have been added, so we get new cool sunglasses. And now you can actually change your pose while carrying around an umbrella. So that's nice. The layout of the fashion accessories window has been adjusted. Additionally, an icon for the change pose emote has been added, allowing you to cycle through a series of idle stances. Pretty cool. Oh, I was actually wondering how they were going to do that, because they showed off like wearing multiple pieces of headgear, and I was wondering how they were going to do that. But it's actually not multiple pieces of headgear. It's just that now we have fashion accessories that are also headgear, right? So previously we mainly had the parasols and we had wings. Now we have sunglasses as a fashion accessory instead of a gear piece. So that's pretty cool. That means you can wear an actual gear piece and add on the sunglasses. Pretty awesome. It's a neat change. And now we're already into system. The listed order of customizable options during character creation has been adjusted. Okay. Not gonna matter to me. Following additions and adjustments have been made to market boards. A new subsection of miscellaneous registrable miscellany has been added for items that obtain register something else, such as minions or equestrian rolls. Okay. You will be able to filter search results to show only unobtained, unregistered items. Yeah, that's something that they already also that they talked about as well, and that looks really cool. So when you now go to the market board and buy orchestrion rolls, for example, it'll automatically display a check mark on the ones you already own. So that's really, really good. The subcommands add to wishlist, add to favorites will now display the number of currently registered entries. The number of registered entries versus the total number of available slots will appear in the log window when you add remove items to from the wishlist or favorites. Okay. Following additions and adjustments have been made to retainers. Level ranges for ventures are now ordered from highest level to lowest level. Was that different before? Oh, before it was lowest to highest, right? Yeah. New ventures have been added. Makes sense. New items can now be obtained from quick exploration ventures. You may now create retainer comments. You may compose a customized message of up to 90 characters for each of your retainers. Retainer comments are visible only to you. Ah, so you can put a message for yourself in there to tell you what kind of items are on that particular retainer. That's pretty neat. Especially for people who have a lot of retainers. Following additions and adjustments have been made to achievements and titles. Yeah, that's mainly the tank job stuff. Okay, the background color of unfinished achievements have been adjusted. That's like a little thing. And then the Adventure Plate beta version interface has been added. The Adventure Plate interface allows you to create a personalized calling card by which you introduce yourself to other players. View a player's Adventure Plate by targeting them and selecting the View Adventure Plate subcommand. That is pretty awesome, not gonna lie. The amount of stuff that you can apparently do with those Adventure Plates is absolutely phenomenal. So that's gonna be a big thing, right, that you can play around with. I especially like that you can actually create multiples of them, and they're gonna dynamically change depending on the job that you are that you've equipped. So that's just pretty awesome. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna spend a lot of time, I think, in that kind of menu. And apparently you can also unlock sort of certain looks for the adventure plates by doing certain duties, right? So really looking forward if they're going to have something, for example, for having completed T, there's going to be a specific adventure plate for that. I don't know, it just looked really, really good when they were showing it off. And to me personally, you know, I was never really the biggest screenshot taker, I think. Not because I don't want to. I mean, it's just not that big of an interest for me personally to take screenshots because I don't really have... I mean, obviously I could show them off, right? I have people I could send them to, I could show them to my static or whatever, but having like an in-game feature where you can create like a custom profile for your character and change that dynamically and also other people will see that, yeah, that's just pretty awesome. And that's definitely going to be a point where I'm going to put some time in. Then we also get Dream Fitting, that's to view the mock station items. I'm never going to buy anything there anyway, so yeah. But I could still take a look at them, I guess. Though you just need to teleport to Limsa to see the new stuff, so An option to automatically target enemies when executing target-based attacks has been added. Players may choose to prioritize either line of sight or the closest target. Huh. I wonder how well that works. I'm just wondering whether or not you could, for example, let's see, a boss spawns back in. In that particular instance, a feature like that would actually make it easier for you, or make it so that you could attack more quickly when you're using a controller, right? Huh. I'm gonna try that out. I'm not too sure. The only thing that could be bad about this is if, let's say in T, you accidentally start targeting like the wrong jackdaw because you press the attack first or something. Don't necessarily think that's gonna be a thing, but I don't know. I definitely need to try that out. I wonder how well, not only how well it works, I mean, I know how well it works because it's based on the same way the game targets when you press X on controller, right, in order to target, but, yeah. I need to try that. Could be a cool way to increase the speed with which you retarget enemies when they appear. Especially against big bosses, it can sometimes be annoying to target them. Yeah. The following adjustments have been made to the NPC complement system. As long as you remain in the same area, you will no longer become separated from accompanying NPCs when using the Ethernet or riding mounts. That's interesting. Locations of conversation points will now appear on the map. Oh, okay, so you no longer have to search for them. That's also neat. The display of gear set names has been adjusted to reflect job and item level individuality. Okay. Sure. Didn't it do that already? The following additions and adjustments have been made to the currency window. The following currencies have been added: Bicolor gemstones, trophy crystal. Oh, okay. Finally. So now I don't have to go into that weird, very long loading fate menu to find out how many bicolor gemstones I own currently. That's a good thing. The currency settings function has been added, allowing you to customize which currency is displayed on the HUD. Oh, that's awesome as well! Wait, so I can display more than just Gil? That's cool! Oh, that is awesome! I didn't know they were gonna add something like that. From the drop-down menu, you may select up to 5 types of currency you wish to display. You may change which currency is currently being displayed on the HUD by performing either of the following steps: accessing the currency settings window and selecting the light on the right side of the currency you wish to display, right-clicking the currency icon on the HUD. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Following subcommands have been added to the dying interface. Search for item and link. Okay. When traveling to a free destination or using Etherite tickets to teleport, the amount of gil expended will no longer appear in the log window. Yeah, makes sense because you're not spending any gil. System notifications, including confirmation of market sales, will no longer display during quest or duty-related cutscenes. That's a big, cool thing as well. That was always... I saw that a couple of times during streams as well, where, I don't know, like a bigger streamer was doing like a really important cutscene, and then suddenly during that, their like free company send out their airships or something, right? And it just popped up in the middle of the screen. I don't know why they haven't changed that up until now, but yeah, it's a good thing that they're finally doing that. The renewal period for Mentor certification has ended. Players who have not renewed their certification after the release of patch 6.0 will no longer be mentors. However, they may be recertified provided they meet the current certification requirements. Yeah, I've already done that. Not that I really care about it, but whatever. And then the new dungeon is also going to be available in Explorer mode. And a bunch of other dungeons as well. They've added quite a lot to that in the past as well. The duties that can be recorded have changed. Why is the duty recorder still a thing? I don't get it. The following adjustments have been made to the duty finder. Register via duty support has been added and via trust. Okay, yeah, that's for the new system, obviously. Following additions have been made to the trust interface. A button linking to the duty finder has been added, a button linking to the duty support, so they've just updated the UI a little bit. Check mark will appear on the icons of the items that have already been obtained or registered. Yeah, that's what I already talked about. That's pretty awesome when you're looking for stuff on the market board. In the event a player spends 30 consecutive days outside of their homeworld by means of the world visit system, they will be automatically returned to their homeworld upon their next login. Ah, that is interesting. I wonder if they're doing that to reduce server stress. Probably, right? Depending on the timing of their most recent lockout, players may be returned to their homeworld after spending more than 30 consecutive days outside from their homeworld. Because the way, like, they're doing this kind of brute force method when you visit another server, right? Where they pretty much just copy your entire player character's data over to the other server in order for you to be able to visit it. And then they're copying that again when you walk back, I guess. But I imagine that a lot of the information about your character is still available on your home server. So every character that's currently visiting another server, I'd imagine, creates additional data that they need to store somewhere. So that change, there have probably been a lot of sort of AFK players that just logged out on other servers and just didn't return to the game for a very long time, or didn't return at all, and the server still had to manage that data, right? And now they're preventing that. They're moving the characters back to their homeworld and then deleting the data from the other server if they haven't logged in for 30 days. So that's probably a thing to reduce stress on the servers. Ooh. Additions have been made to the system configuration interface, PlayStation 4, 5 console. Display settings draw quality. Use low detail models on distant objects. The default settings for LOD will be on for PS4 and off for PS5. That is interesting. I wish they would actually introduce more options for the PS4 and 5 versions. That would be pretty awesome if you could individually sort of adjust your performance a lot better. The wireless controller settings option under sound in the system configuration menu has been renamed to DualSense DualShock 4 settings. Okay, cool. Following options have been added to the character configuration menu, target tab. Okay. Following options have been removed from the character configuration menu. Oh, okay, yeah. So they're just changing stuff to the tab targeting system, or change their name, whatever. Following text commands have been added. Draw and sheath were not commands that were able to be used. Bunch of new emotes, obviously. New dictionary stuff, new trophies, new music, sound effects, voices have been added. Okay, and that's it. Certainly going to be a big new patch. As I said, on Tuesday specifically, I'm probably going to do the Myths of the Realm quest, which will take me to the 24-man. That's probably going to be a bunch of fun on Tuesday. Then we're probably, with the static, going to do the new EX trial and potentially Unreal as well. Those two are going to be interesting. I really want to dive into PvP as well. I want to take a big look at the adventure plates, potentially create a couple more, what are they called? Glamour plates for my character as well. And yeah, that's it's going to be quite something. I think I'm probably going to use Wednesday for like a big questline day or something, right? Which will mostly mean the new main story and the role quest stuff. Or maybe I'm going to split that between like Wednesday and Thursday or something. Because that's going to take some time as well. And then in between, I'm just going to do a bunch of PvP, returning to the expert roulettes, obviously, and doing more weekly stuff as well. Because I'd imagine I need some MGP, I need bicolor gemstones, I need all kinds of things. And so that's going to be a big thing. It's going to be a really big thing with patch 6.1. Really going to look forward to it. And yeah, I mean, hopefully going to be quite a lot of fun. It's going to be a real first big look into what kind of direction the main story is going to take. Obviously, we kind of know that we are going to go on like small adventures first, but maybe we'll get a few hints here and there where the larger part of the story is going to take us, right? Because obviously it needs to build up to something in 7.0, right? And I'm really wondering about what that will be. Yeah. But overall, it's going to be a very interesting patch. Really looking forward to it. And that's really all I can say. For now, that's been a long time talking about the patch notes. Obviously, there's going to be some other adjustments as well. The full patch notes, as always, will be released during maintenance, and there's going to be a lot of job adjustments as well. I'm not going to specifically talk about them, probably going to talk a little bit about them when the game comes back up on Tuesday, because I will obviously stream the new quests and all the new stuff. Yeah. For now, I'm going to take a short break, and when I return, we'll be back into tea. And hopefully we'll get through Wormhole. It's going to be fantastic. Hope you're looking forward to that. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alright, let's get into this. I actually changed the screen for a second here. I was on that screen for a very long time while reading the patch notes. But oh well. Happens, I guess. Just quickly go through my retainers. I also need to get back into crafting when 6.1 releases, not only because there's going to be new crafting gear, but yeah, I've been neglecting my crafting for a very long time now. What did I sell that was... Oh, I actually sold... Oh, that's nice. An orchestrion roll and the modern aesthetic stuff. Well, I accidentally bought this. I just got the money back that I spent for it in the first place. I accidentally bought this because this is available currently from the Moogle Treasure Trove, and I wasn't entirely sure if I already had it. And so I bought it and realized I already had it. But yeah, the only thing that I still needed from the Moogle Treasure Trove was actually the Orchestrion roll. But I couldn't be bothered to do the Moogle tomestones, so I just bought it. It wasn't too expensive. Technically, I got half of it back for the Orchestrion roll that I just sold, so... yeah. But I really need to get back into crafting. It's actually a bit of a shame that my retainers have not really had that much to sell over the past 2 or 3 months. Let's see. I wonder if this stuff is ever going to sell. It's been, what, 8 days since somebody last bought this stuff? Oh well. Currently I still have the slots, so it doesn't really matter. Do I still have... yes, I have more than enough stuff for today. You know what? I'm not gonna do the Wondrous Tales this week anyways, so let's get rid of it so that I can get a new one next week. Okay, I think that's it. I need to get my... where the hell did I put it? Oh, there it is. Need to get my voice stuff ready. Okay. 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay. Just needed to put my other headphones in so that I can actually communicate on Discord properly. Okay, let's join the party finder. Yeah. Am I missing other stuff? I still think I'm gonna go to Gridania for a second to see what my squadron is up to. Because at this point, well, I mean, those 30 squadron rationing manuals will last for a very long time still, but, you know, it's always good when you keep a stock of things that you need or want. Yeah, and the rest of the stuff I have more than enough. I have enough food for today. I have the old tinctures as well. The rationing manuals, obviously. Okay, looks good. So I'm gonna join my static here in a moment on Discord. As always, unfortunately, since I am streaming from my PlayStation 5, I'm unfortunately not able to stream the Discord audio. So it's mostly going to be quiet during tea, but yeah, hopefully you'll still enjoy it. We are currently at Wormhole. We've been through it, I don't know, like 3 times, but haven't actually beaten the Alex Enrage because people died during Brute Justice spinny things and Wormhole before, so we managed to somewhat get through it, but we haven't been to phase 4 yet. So hopefully that's gonna change today. And then maybe, if we get lucky, we can actually kill it before the new Ultimate releases, which would be pretty awesome. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna enjoy my static. I hope you're having a fun time with us doing tea, and I probably will be back during break to just talk a little bit, and then, yeah, that's gonna be it. See you on the other side. Hello. So yeah, as I said, we're gonna start in like a minute or two. We'll see, everybody needs to wake up and be ready on Discord. And we'll see. It's okay, we don't have a speed limit. Or do you have a DC? You poke the ball. what... Okay, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna move. 3, 2, 1. Because they don't have Fireball. Bit too much holy one. Oh god. 3, 2, 1. Nika Beam. I still remember that from when Arthur streamed it. Super Jumpu! And yellow. 3, 2, 1. Well. Didn't work as well as I hoped it would have, but still fine. I mean, we got to Wormhole a couple of times. We almost got through it one time, yeah, but we just need to be more consistent in the earlier phases, obviously. I mean, that's the trick, right? Obviously, you want to be the most consistent there, but yeah. It's not a big deal, though. We're gonna get through it. Meanwhile, let's enjoy the beach for a bit, shall we? Gonna be right back. shit. There it is. you know? Oh, that's such a disgusting time. Oh, it's gonna kill us anyway. What, do you mean the best phase? Good night. All right. Well, that was the raid for today. I think overall it was. I mean, we had a couple of unnecessary deaths, of course, but overall we managed to get to phase 2 twice. I think I need to think about what I'm doing there with my black mage. Oh boy, that opener is going to be a nightmare to do, because obviously you have to drop, or during the cutscene you drop your fire or ice Enochian, that is, and well, then you also have to either move or not move. I don't know, that's going to be very, very annoying. Definitely have to figure out how that's gonna work. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, but yeah, I do remember that it was a pain to do in Summoner as well, because you essentially lost at least 2 GCDs during your Phoenix, something like that. It was really, really annoying. But it feels even worse with the Black Mage, because, well, it feels like you're losing even more. But then again, I will see about that, right? I mean, if we get the problem is always, and that was the issue with the phase where Brute Justice starts spinning as well. We haven't really reached it that much, and so the timings can be a bit finicky, right? In terms of what I'm doing there, there's definitely some optimization that I would still be able to do there. I don't know how much optimization I really am able to do, because I feel like we're sort of, if we get the kill before Dragonstone War comes out, then we are definitely brute forcing our way through. And I don't think that it necessarily will be an all too clean phase 4. Not necessarily that somebody's going to die, but rather that, you know, the rotation and stuff will definitely be suboptimal in that particular case. So yeah, I just got to live with that. I just need to get reacquainted with the timings. Maybe rewatch my old footage or something. About like how many GCDs do I get before the debuffs come out, and then how do I deal with that at the end of the day. That's definitely going to be something that I just need to figure out. But that being said, that's going to be it. I'm really tired. It was a fun time streaming Final Fantasy again, going over the patch notes. I know that it's still a bit iffy with the Discord sound not being in part of the stream, because it's a very silent stream because of that, but no matter. It is what it is. But tomorrow I'll return to Elden Ring. It's probably going to be my usual time during my afternoon. Hopefully a bit of a longer session as well, to hopefully finish up Caelid as much as I can, considering that, well, one of the bosses in the Divine Tower is still giving me a bit of headaches. Well, not really headaches, but I was just a bit annoyed about how the AI was bugging out there for my summon, but whatever. I'll figure it out, and then on Tuesday it's going to be the new patch, and hopefully it's going to be a ton of fun. As I said, I'll most likely start with, well, as always, I'm going to start with some organizational stuff, which will probably involve me looking at, well, not necessarily the glamour plates, but definitely the new profile, a couple of other things as well, maybe like pop into, I don't know, the La Habrea solo instance or something, if that's possible. And then I'm going to start with the Alliance Raid quest line, because I definitely want to unlock that first. I mean, obviously, unlocking Endsinger is not going to be a big deal. And then let the chaos ensue of Party Finder. That's going to be really, really fun. We will probably do the Alliance raid as well with Static again during the evening, and obviously then going into Endsinger Extreme, potentially looking at Unreal 2. So yeah, those are going to be things, and we'll see. I'll see about how long the Alliance raid line, quest line takes me. Alliance raid quest line is what I was going to say, and I mean, I expect it to take around 3 to 4 hours, all in all, right? All things considered, until I'm done with it, especially with like, some preparations earlier on. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm probably not going to pop into the MSQ, to be quite honest, just for the simple reason that I really want to enjoy that. I want to take my time with it, so I'll most likely just make a big session out of that on Wednesday, potentially just do the MSQ and the new role quest stuff together, depending. Yeah. But those are my plans. Hopefully you had some time watching us wipe in T. T is going to be coming back on Wednesday, and we're moving ever closer to a potential kill now that we've reached phase 4. Hopefully we're going to make it before Dragonsong War. We'll see about that. I hope you're having a great rest of your evening, morning, or day, wherever you are, and I also hope to see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye!